So hi, today we're gonna continue on the build server protocol plugin on neovim, and I think I was adjust the stuff about testing. So I created a separate plugin for the test explorer, but I think it's still useful to have a basic implementation for the tests in the plugin. Hi Gunfire. Wie geht's? So now let's see. Let's some music. Ja, mir geht's auch gut. So, heute denke ich, kriegen wir was hin. So let's actually find the plugin. VSP neovim is the plugin. For the latest changes. I think I have already the latest changes here, right? So then first thing that I want to change is to be able to disable test case discovery, which is somewhere here on VSP here. I actually do it when the server is connected. I gather all the build targets, and in the same step I also do test case discovery request, and this is something that I want to be able to disable via config, because often this part is done by another plugin, as it is done in the test explorer. And also maybe you just don't want to do this at the beginning if you don't need to run any tests. So to be able to do it on demand or near in the function where you really gonna need it, if it makes sense. So here we have somewhere compilable targets. List test cases. But this is not the function that I search for. Setup function. Yeah, the initialize. Was it this here? Initialize. Already forgot where I do this. Not project data. Yeah, that's it. So we do the workspace build targets request. And then on the result, we do this test case discovery. So, and this is where I want to be able to disable this. Set up, have global config. Default config. So we have to store also config somewhere here. Set up. So now I have to decide where to put it in. Can pass it to the client here in start method. Yeah, I think I create the global config here. Let's just call it here config and put the default config in here. So, okay, then I have to move this part below. That didn't work. Tried to select the whole thing, but somehow didn't work. Okay. Have to put this below. So now I could just do this on initialize, on the setup here. So this will be empty else, and here we would do BSP default, BSP config, because in there we have the default config, right? So we could override it here and basically replace it in there so that we have the current configuration here. And we have also the default handlers there. Yeah, okay, this are the other handlers. So this part could be done here. And then it's so just that I don't have to rewrite everything here in the function. Do it like this. And this should already work. Okay, and now in the initialize function, we could check here. And was not initialized function. Project data. So when bsp config case discovery. True. And so we have to define this here at the top first. Actually just default false. Let's give it another name on start. Test case discovery. Okay, then on start test case discovery boolean. Okay, then here on start if it's true, and this one exists, and we do this just thinking if I should extract this part here in another function. This visual insight function. Visual insight block also doesn't work. test case discovery. Code like this. Client. Client request. Put it in here or put it outside of the client. Yeah, I think I would like to remove this completely from here and maybe in another file. It's like this file is already too big. Let's initialize stuff. So now here, test is discovery request. Here the client. And here the targets. Here you need to pass the targets. I have to look it up how to actually write that in Lua. I know that you can define a function which expects, like, as first argument the class on which you will operate, and you can use, like, instead of just a dot, you can use this, and then it assumes that it passes the client as the first argument, and everything that follows inside the parentheses is passed as a second and third and so on argument. I'm not sure how to write this correctly. Lua Okay. That's how to write this. Create object if user does not provide one. Not exactly what I was looking for. Actually, I don't think I need this. Seems like it's only needed if you're kinda want to create static functions on a specific type. Self. Yeah, let's try this out. If we do here a function, right? And It will not work here. It has to be then here inside. So, and then I'm not sure if I cannot just put it in here like this. Be basically the same. That seems already okay. So I could only define the parameters here. Fingers on test case discovery. Okay, targets SPSP build target. Identifier. There's an array of identifiers. Right. This is, it's actually a build target, it's not only the identifiers. And then we go here and replace this. It's in here. The warning, this function expects a maximum of one argument, but instead is receiving two. Oh, yeah, true. So okay. Let's open up here our test project that we always use. Let BSP. Attempt to call field enable and null value. $1,035. $1,035. Okay, was it renamed? Oh, it is not known here because here's an old neovim version installed. I have to use my container here, development container. Got my BSP, right? And then okay, refresh worked. On initial request didn't work. Okay, but this one worked. Let's just be sure here. Wait. It was started, but I didn't saw any. I didn't saw any build targets. And so we do a request here. The response, we do this. You skip this part. We target sources. Build target resources. So sorry. Just had a small incident with my kids. So where do we left off? Here actually. Not clean. Okay, let me just see. BSP. BSP build. Run. Compile, right? Do compile. Okay, so the build targets were discovered properly. I was just confused because I often got the notifications and at the top right corner, and there I saw also the build targets. And I mean, I implemented that, but I already forgot what I showed there. So, but it was actually not the discovery of the build targets. It was just when I discovered the test cases, I put some info in there. So that's fine, it works correctly. So now we can test this out here. Edit config, right, and BSP. BSP neovim. Here. Setup. We can add this here, like this. To true. And also disable this thing here. Having it and the BSP neovim here under the options. What is options? This. Yeah, let's go. This. Let's restructure it a little bit. Then this part also not needed. And this part could be also moved here in the config function. filter and config. Right. So that works like that. Invalid group BSP. I thought somewhere I used this more complex. Yeah, this one. Function option setup. Options. Options. Was this like require ESP or something? Set up right options. Something like this. Let's try it again. So now we're talking. Okay. So with ESP neovim here, if this to false, to false, it should just say okay, ESP server was started. Okay. I mean, I could add also an info when the build targets are found, so that you at least see a little bit of work when the BSP server was started. First, let's add some infos to the read me. triggers test case discovery when the server starts. Okay, this was the one thing. And here in the UI, I wanted also to add some more changes on how I process all the task events that you're getting here. I used the events for the test for tests and test case discovery to actually collect test cases and write them in a dictionary or in a table. But what I've done in the past, I was just creating from the responses, I was creating directly the text, and then I displayed it. What I would like to do is to build up kind of a tree, or like having a data structure where I just collect data, and when I want to display it, I then try to use this collected data to actually create kind of UI or response. So to separate these things from collecting and storing the data to how I want to represent the data. Now I have to think about how this data should look like. Right. Here we have this table where we use for the key this token ID, which is actually a client ID, and request's origin ID. I would like to change that. And here only check if or no if. test. Let's call this covered test cases. Okay. And the discover test cases, we want to save all the test cases, but per client, so per client ID. And the key could be just the client ID here. Test task start parameters. Task. So actually, let's remove it. Let's back because I did the discovery, as it seems, in another file here. I thought I did it there, but it's not there. Test case discovered. Test case discovered data. Test cases. Test results. Good. Also, the test run results in here to the client. Okay, let's go to the UI stuff. So here I was only collecting the test run results, but still with result data. Task start data kind. Task start data. Result data kind, data type DSP start data. PSP. Protocol. NBSP protocol init. Test start. Name or description of the test. Location. This LSP location. Display name. ESP location. URI. and range. I was looking if I can use something as an identifier to be able to group further here. Because what I don't have an idea currently or a solution to be able to not only collect the data but also replace the old data in a smooth, like in a way where I don't have to go over all of the entries, mark them as old or something, and going again over the data after I received chunks of new data and delete everything that was not updated. It sounds like to me it seems like an overhead that I want to try to avoid, but I'm currently not sure if I can avoid that. So okay, we will try this one. So we have the client and we have the we have the test cases, right? Here on the handler, we build target URI that we saved there. So what I would like to do is to find let us start. Let's actually see here what's in the test start in the start data field. only the display and the location of the test. Let's start. Progress, task start data kinds, task start data. On build, task start notification. We have task ID, origin ID, message data kind. So there's not enough information for me, at least. I would like to have, like on test start here, I'd also like to have the build target for which the test was started. Because we can here build target test request. Here on this request we have to specify the targets, and because of this request we start multiple test tasks. But on the other side, when the test task was started, I want to know for which build target it was started, right? GitHub.com build. Let's have a protocol. I saw here something about tests. So this is for compile task. Building started. Task finish. Test. Test client to the server with origin ID. Task start. Compile task, okay. Okay, here aren't any test tasks triggered. In this scenario. Okay, yeah, this is the one here. We would have a testing started. Parents can be either null or empty list, okay. Test task, and we have in the data the target. Test task. And then test start. Do we have this data kind? Test. Task. Oh, okay. So this has to be started first. Test task. Right, test task first, then test start, then test finish. When everything is finished, then the test report. So the test task and test report is like start in the end. Then we get the response to the test request with a status. Sounds reasonable, but actually I had a different discussion in mind about tests. Only it was somewhere there. Okay, maybe it's somewhere else. Oh, it's actually not in discussion. Here on an issue. Test finish contain location which points to a position in a file. But in test GVM language, there seems to be no feedback from the library about file location of the test. Instead, there is sweet class method, but there is no way of communicating this info to the BSP client. There's also no option in test finish to pass back stack trace, which is helpful to diagnose test failures. Test name, custom test definition. Strange name to call it test name. Isn't this kind of test case? But maybe this can describe multiple test cases at once. I'm not sure. Okay, but this is not directly what I wanted. Just had something in mind that there were some discussions here about additional fields, but I was not sure in which responses it was. It's on test start and test finish. And it's also stack trace and stuff like that. So this would mean here we have test task, test task data kind. So here this would be ESP test task. Now it's called, the naming is confusing. Test task. Testing in this build target and notification data kind field must be test task. And and the data field is a test task. Data kind this and test task is the internal. So we got this, which is local test task data or something. And here we should be, that's a type. So it seems that I never added that. So it's actually added here as test task. Hold the target. Hold here a target. JSPSP target. Build target identifier. Build target of the test. Being started. Right, this should be it. So now we have this. And tasks code. Then we have the target now. And actually we could find it here in handles token ID. So if it's in handles, then if it's true here, we actually would need to wait, we have token ID. No, we have to check this. Yeah, I was confused. So we will check if the client has already something here in the test cases for the specific build target. And And if so, we will try to find the test case which matches. No, actually, we don't have the test case yet, right? Can I then just leave it out here? I cannot reset anything here. Let's leave it for now. Here. And on progress, start, this is finish. Test task and test report. Test finish. Test finish should come first, then the test report. So let's switch those two cases just to have it more in the proper order. Okay. Test finished, and we do add here on token ID. Okay. What I want to have is client paired build target per test case. The result in there. Right. But for the beginning, it would be maybe easier if I first just put all the test finish data that I have just like in one table. And for this request, let's start with this. We have a token ID here for the handlers, and let's rename this as results. But instead of getting the lines in here, we try to write this test finish stuff. So we will just table insert, the test results, right? And the test finish. Just like this. And the whole thing here. More about how we display the data afterwards. Put it in there. Call it local function and then test results or something. Okay. Oh. Test finish. So actually, let's create here local test result, test case result. One would be test result. It's confusing names right here, but I will put the test finish in there. The second one would be the test report. Let's put it first like this. Report. And just say that we put in only the test case results here. Which is type DSP. We're just here test case. Run result, or just this test case. Yeah, let's call it run result. Define here a class. This. We can define the different fields. Would be this, right? So test result first. Call it for now any. We will change it later. Add field. Also any. We have here add type. This is like separate here. And this type would be a table. And no, it's actually not your string. It's an ID. And here test case run result array, right? Because we have an identifier for maybe multiple test runs. From one request, we could have multiple test tasks, and all the test case run results, test run results you want to collect here. Let's start with this. So test results, and we have the token ID. Inside that, we insert the test case result. That's fine for now. And we would kind of do the same here. Not exactly the same, but Now we look if we find something in here. Just the test finish has the same ID, right? So we should have here. This here, check if we can find an item in here with the same test case ID. And if we find one, then we can add the result to it. Our test report. So let's do it like this. Iterate all of them. Say find function return result ID is the same as of the test report. That's only the target here. So it's only per target. I cannot add it there because this is the test report of all the test cases that were run. I think if we need it at all to show this. Finish data, test, finish. Finish data. This could be anything here. Look at the BSP, what I had there. So I never set anything in there. Okay, and that's fine. I think there is nothing we can use there. Let's rename this to test run results. Should mean here we have only this test run result, I would call it. And therefore we have here test case results, test report. And this one would be any array. I'm not sure if we need a table or something. Right. And then what we would do here, instead of inserting this here, you would say we insert here in test case results. But what we do insert there is only the test finish. Okay, like this. And here what we put in there is the test report, and we put the test report in there. So simple. And after that, we do the render stuff. And we say let's actually put it at the top, because only then we could execute it below. So render test results, and here we will pass the token ID. Maybe we just rename it token ID, right? This, even if it's not that important. Missing an end. Okay. Where we are missing an end. Be too much of an end. Then we have this here. Okay. This, no. Oh, we have it. So here is a token ID. Token ID. Okay, and this test run results has to be at the top again. This soup. Soupity soup. Okay. Iced tea 1E. Lee. Do I say it correct? Welcome to the stream. Stefan. Ah. Hi, Stefan. How are you? Yeah, I'm struggling, but yeah. I don't have a concept yet how I want to solve it, but we're getting there. Do you also programming? Ah, you're a web dev. Okay. A neovim user? Just interesting how you found the stream. Are you interested in neovim? Looking for new plugins? Or Vim user? Okay. The hardcore one. just using it for motion. So, but you're really using Vim, like not a Vim plugin for Visual Studio Code or JetBrains IDEs or something like that. Just Vim, yeah. These are the hard guys. I was using Vim before, but not that extensively. And then I switched to neovim. Yeah, I do also a lot of CLI. And yeah, neovim and CLI. We have a couple of people who use like Vim plugins for IntelliJ and Visual Studio Code. But I think in my current company, I'm the only one who's using neovim as the main editor, at least. Sometimes when working with Java on Windows machine, I use an IDE, but normally I just code in Vim. Yeah, Java is hard to develop with Vim, I would say. At least it's hard to develop with neovim. There are some plugins and there are also LSP servers and so, but it doesn't feel that polished as it is with IntelliJ and other IDEs. But I think we're getting there. Just takes time. Just easier with an IDE where you can just click and boom, get the and setter generated or class created, etc. Yeah, but I think it's possible right now also with neovim, right? With tree sitter and stuff, you can generate classes and other like templates that are aware of your current context. You should, if you like Vim. I just yeah, I think just neovim has some cool features which Vim lacks, I guess. I mean, they added many things like also LSP support and stuff, but still neovim is a little bit further in that journey. And what I also like, what I currently trying to do with the BSP, I have tried Helix, but not that extensively, to be honest. But when I started it, I kind of liked this approach where they switched selection and motions. But I'm already too used to like the neovim style motions and then yeah, visual selection. And what I don't like about Helix is when I tried it, there was no possibility to create plugins. And even with batteries included, it was so limited, to me at least. I just wanted to have this possibility to write your own plugins, or even if it's just small helpers, it feels with neovim like you're more free to do advanced custom stuff. Yeah, for me it was not worth the switch because I just like this possibility to hack on my editor to add some custom stuff, which is currently not possible with Helix at all. So maybe if they introduce like this plugin system, that I think they try to do something in this regard, but they are not there yet. So currently it's I cannot switch without that. Yeah, it's kind of locked down for now at least. As I said, they are working on it. So if they are finished with plugin support, then I will definitely look at it again. Even if I don't think I will switch. But I will definitely look at it. And also, for me, currently, neovim does not lack a lot of features that I personally need for development. More, there is lack of functionalities that are currently not provided by the LSPs. It's more an issue of the LSP spec than of neovim, like refactorings. Refactorings is the most kind of the biggest feature that I miss, because like in IntelliJ and Visual Studio provide more refactoring support, like advanced refactorings, and this is currently not possible with LSP. So Emacs evil mode. I don't know what Emacs evil mode even is. I know what like Emacs is, but I never tried it. So but it's also not even on my list. Yeah, Emacs, I cannot type it. Even that. So I know that many people like it. I just heard about like this. It has also multiple modes, right? And you can write your custom modes. This is a feature that I like, even if it's I heard that it's misused a lot in Emacs, but yeah. Vim motions in Emacs, okay. A lot of people actually use it. Yeah, I think Google knows me already. That's why it thinks Emacs, you're typing wrong. You mean it's Vim. You type Vim wrong. Yeah, never really had the intention to use Emacs, to be honest, or try it even. Maybe I should. Just didn't have the time. I mean, there is a lot of benefit, I guess, if you try different editors, so you can see what they are doing, and maybe you learn one or two things that you like about them, just to improve maybe your current editor that you use daily. Because for neovim, it's just a matter of writing a plugin. So if you miss something, you can write a plugin for it. There are maybe some limitations, but they're working on many things to allow you to be as flexible as possible. So yeah, it's Zen. Yeah, I like the approach that they have the tabs on the left side. So it's like from the UI, it's a little bit different, and I just wanted to give it a try, and I kind of like it. The only thing I don't like, but I think you can configure it if you push the button on the mice to go back, right? You would expect that it goes back here on the history, but it oh, here it does it. Okay, but sometimes it. Okay, forget it. Maybe I was just confused. I sometimes use this and it switched between here different workspaces. But now it just did what it should. So I just switched to it today. I have it set up with tabs on the right, not collapsed but hidden. It's awesome so far. It fucks it up when you open a tab while on another tab with the URL bar. And it just goes back to original tab. When you open a tab while on another tab. What do you mean by that? I just... So when I do stuff like this, no. Yeah, something like that I remember. So I do also a lot of like this, like search for something, right? Open a new tab via the search. I cannot reproduce it, but sometimes I have that, and this sucks really. And actually, I thought it was the default behavior somehow. But now I know this is a bug, and it should go back in the history. Thank you for the follow, Stefan. You're the 90 follower. Yay! Nice, nice. That fits, huh? Ladybird. This is a new browser, right? I was reading about the Ladybird browser. Yeah, actually, I want to try it. Yeah, but do you know when it's released? Like the first stable release or something? Because I think it's currently not stable, right? Yeah, finally a new engine, yeah. So it's both, right? Browser and web engine. What I'm also excited about when it comes out sometimes in the future is Servo. I hope it comes. I mean, it's like 10 or 11 years of development at that point, I think. Alpha, I think, by the end of... Okay, yeah, 2026. It stable is probably by the end of the 2028. Okay, yeah, it's quite a while till they and until I will try it out at least. I mean, if they have the alpha release, I probably will try it out. So currently I also run Cosmic, even if it's in, what is it currently, alpha 6 or something? Or is it beta 6? Cosmic. Yeah, it's alpha 6, yeah. That's what the main dev said in the Primogen podcast. Yeah, they talked about server too. That can also be cool, but Cosmic is a D. Yeah, it's completely different topic. Yeah, you're right. What I meant by that is just that I use already an alpha version of something, and I will definitely use others. So maybe if the first alpha is released on Ladybird, I will try it. But I also wanted to do in the future, just to try it out. There are some like browsers that are written specifically with Vim bindings in mind. But they use all kind of old engines. Let me see. Where did I had that? Here, LuaKit and Qt Browser. So when Servo is more stable, I would like to write a Vim-like browser. At least trying to write that. Something like that, but on server basis. Yeah, I use Cosmic. It's nice, but I don't use too much of its features. I did not configure it to my liking currently because there is also not that much of documentation about it, and I'm quite used to Sway tiling window manager, and sometimes I just misclick and yeah, the shortcuts from Sway, and then it do something completely different. And yeah, didn't learn all the shortcuts yet, but else it's fast, and for the alpha it's pretty reliable, at least to what I'm doing with it. Yeah, kind of daily use. I mean, I just use it for streaming. At this PC I'm using for streaming, and I don't need too much. And even if it breaks, I mean, then maybe I cannot stream one day or something, and I will fix it. But I also I use Cosmic, but I use it on Fedora, and more specifically, it's Fedora Atomic variant. So if there is a breaking change on the next update, I just roll back and wait a couple of days till they fix it, and then I will update to the fixed version. XFCE, okay. Yeah, maybe Cosmic will be something that it's worth to try out. Because what I personally like about it, it's that it has this tiling window manager built in. So you can use tiled or floating workspaces, and you can decide it per workspace. Just pretty unique. At least I'm not aware of other desktop environments that have this functionality built in. And it's pretty lightweight, and this is what I like about it. And I think the devs explained that it is built modular, so you can use the different, I think they called applets or something. I'm not sure how they call that. But you can use the different components with other desktop environments, which is pretty cool. And I hope that they stay at that. And yeah, because I use Sway on my daily job and would like to use some of these applications or applets from Cosmic there. Have you heard about Open Mandriva? No. Yeah, I'm German. You were in Germany until 3 days ago. Where are you now? Oh, Serbia. Okay, cool. And how do you like Germany? So actually, I never heard about This is a distribution, right? What's special about OpenMandriva? Well, I was in Berlin. I really like the public transportation system. Also really like all the old buildings. Okay, yeah, sounds nice. It's based on a really old distro. Okay, that's not a selling point, right? But it uses also DNF. Just cool. How it looks, you mean? Yeah, it looks slick. It's not really based on Debian or Arch. Just pretty uncommon for new distros. Okay. What is it based on? The community uses Plasma. Yeah. Okay, so it's based on Mandriva, which is pretty old, right? And then they switched in stable edition, and since 2023, a rolling release edition named Rome. I think that's is currently like popular to have a rolling release edition. Okay, yeah. Mandriva Linux. There are just so many distributions. But luckily, most of them use the same stuff beneath the hood. So most, like, the biggest thing about the different distributions is how they choose different core applications that they use. So like package manager and desktop environment and stuff like that. It is, but it's stable rolling release. Mm-hmm. Kinda. I believe it updates once in a month. Okay. It sounds interesting. At least this rolling release in a stable fashion. Interesting approach. Did you try Fedora? Especially the atomic variants? Always try to convince people they should try it out. I have it installed on my laptop. Okay, so workstation then. And KDE or XFCE? Okay. KDE. Yeah, many people use KDE. I'm more a GNOME guy. I just like the visuals better. On GNOME. XFCE I have on my PC because it comes with Void. What's Void? The only thing I don't really like about GNOME is the tablet feeling I get when using it. Yeah, right. Okay, understand that. That's true. That's true. It's really feels a little bit like a tablet or a desktop environment or something. Void Linux that I use. It's a really minimal distro. Okay, Void Linux. Void Linux is an independent Linux distribution that uses X binary package system package manager. X binary package system package manager. And implemented from scratch. And every unit in its system, including binary kernel blobs, a base install is composed entirely of free software. Think I never heard about that one. General purpose operating system based on monolithic Linux kernel. To quickly install, update, and remove software. Software is provided by binary packages or can be built directly from source with the help of XBPS source package collection. So it has its own package manager. It's cool, but honestly not worth the hassle. Yeah, I used Gentoo before, but this is already a while ago. But I also think the idea is really cool and stuff, but currently it's just too much effort for me personally. And kind of that's why I use Fedora. You get something in between of Ubuntu and Arch Linux, I would say. So you get the newest and kind of newest versions of applications, and it's most up to date, but it's still stable enough, even maybe more stable than Ubuntu. And yeah, it releases like every 6 months. There's a new version of Fedora. So that's why I like it. Really? With Arch? I think you're the first one I hear that it was stable. I guess I was like, I know what I'm doing. Okay. Yeah, I know some people who use Arch, and most of them are saying that it's nice to have everything, like the really, really newest stuff that you get almost like on the next day when it's released. But it breaks a lot, even if you know what you're doing. That's at least what I heard from most of the people who use Arch Linux. But I mean, you learn a lot, right? That's also a benefit. But rather, I was actually reading the manual. I used it a while ago, and for me, it also braked more, like broke more often. But I never really took the time to deep dive in Arch Linux, so it's not fair to say that it's bad or something because I don't really use it that long. But what I really like about Arch Linux is the documentation. It's just really, really good. So I use it also for other stuff, even if I don't use Arch Linux. When I need to understand some specific topic, most of the time you find documentation around this topic on Arch Linux or like on their doc sites. Is Debian planning to release with Cosmic anytime soon? Oh, that's a good question. Let me see, they have here some references. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it. Yeah, it doesn't seem that it will happen in the near future. Because you said here, I don't know it. I also don't know this one, Serpent OS. What is this? Much better. Yeah, I don't know what this is. To be honest, never heard about this one. And the other one, Cashiers. Blazingly fast customizable Linux distribution. It's designed to deliver lightning fast speed and stability, ensuring a smooth and enjoyable computing experience every time you use it. Whether you're a seasoned Linux user or just starting out, CacheOS is ideal choice for those looking for a powerful, customizable, and blazingly fast operating system. So it must be really fast. They write 3 times here. Fast, fast, fast. Here also speed, security, and ease of use. I'm wondering where this fast experience is coming from. Do they do that it's faster than others? I heard about it somewhere. OpenSUSE, no way, no, no, no. Blazingly fast. OpenSUSE. What do you mean by OpenSUSE? Is it coming from them or something, or do you mean something else? Oh yeah, yeah. Like Fedora, NixOS, Arch, OpenSUSE. This sounds to me like the biggest players getting Cosmic. Also, this is nice to see. Redux OS, even if it's not Linux. It's interesting project. I'm just curious when it will get more popular, because it's just a hobby project, right? But quite in a good shape already. It is. I'm not sure if you can call it Unix-like. It's an OS where the kernel is also written in Rust, I believe. So it does not use Linux kernel, if I'm not wrong about this. Microkernel based, yeah, actually, because Linux is how it's called, monolithic kernel, right? So this is microkernel based, complete, fully functioning and general purpose operating system created in 2015. Focus of safety, freedom, reliability, correctness, and pragmatism. Whenever possible, the system components are written in Rust and run in user space. So the whole thing is it's mostly written in Rust. It aims to be complete alternative to Linux and BSD. And it's written by one of the, like, not alone by him, but initially it was started from an engineer from System 76. Also, he is working on Cosmic too. Yeah, this is a really interesting project, so I have an eye on this, but yeah, we will see how far this goes. So Linux is Redux wannabe now. Yeah, kind of, yeah. And while the Linux kernel developers are fighting against Rust usage in Linux kernel, Redux is writing code in Rust on the kernel and an user space everywhere. Yeah, Redux always 2 steps ahead. Yep, yep. So, and what I'm actually trying to write here is a build server protocol implementation, like on the neovim side, a plugin for interacting with build server. And also I wrote a build server for .NET. That's my repo. And yeah, that's what I'm trying to write and improve. I got quite far, but didn't implement every request possible now. But yeah, the most use cases that I needed for are working basically. There are edge cases where it does not work that good, but yeah, I'm working on it. And so currently I'm on the build server plugin in neovim and trying to implement a basic test testing functionality so that you can run tests or like request to run a test from a build server. There are some test servers already out there, like implemented. The most feature complete, I think, is for Scala, the mill, and Bloop. I think Bloop was the build server. So it's also too big for my little brain, but I'm still doing it. I sometimes struggle just a lot. I'm not a Java guy, and it would be better if I would understand more Java because, or Scala, something of this too, because like, yeah, the most complete implementation is the bloop here. And if I would better understand that, I could maybe better implement also the build server for .NET. But yeah, So if you ever will try neovim and maybe write something in Scala and then maybe in .NET something, then you can raise some issues on one of the either on the plugin side or on the .NET build server implementation side. I just lack people who are using it to and report bugs. I got 2 brain cells max for these things. Yeah, this depends on the throughput of your 2 brain cells, I would guess. I mean, you can have many brain cells, and if the throughput is just low on them, you can still do better with 2 brain cells and more throughput, right? I did thought about that, but currently I think it's not stable enough to announce it somewhere. I mean, when I get it more stable, I will announce it maybe on Reddit and maybe on some Discord like .NET specific Discords, specifically for the .NET build server. And yeah. Yeah, maybe I should write something. Yeah, with a disclaimer that is currently in alpha and yeah. If people are aware that it is currently not stable, then I think they are okay with testing it also. Yeah, I will do that in the next couple of days. I just slap alpha in the title and you're good to go. Yeah, I will do that. Yeah, I think I wrote it here. Currently it's in active development, but maybe I should do it here somewhere. Yeah. There are currently also now LSPs that, like, at least in .NET, there are no LSPs that use build servers beneath the hood. And I would also want to try to do a proof of concept with maybe OmniSharp to just test it out if it, like, if the build server has everything that a language server would need to do this his stuff. Because also on the blob side and the mill here, the build server protocol is designed to be used by a language server so that you can switch like the build tools, and the language server doesn't have to know all the specific build tools. At least this is the idea. And they use this in this way. So yeah. Did you know that Zig 04 014 is out now. 2 days ago. Imagine how much easier that will be when you get people to contribute. Yeah. I'm not living in this illusion that there will be many people who will contribute. But if someone will, I will be happy. But yeah, I don't expect that many people will contribute. I mean, most of the open source projects are driven like by one or two people most of the time. There are many people who contribute like small things. But yeah, most of the time it's driven by like individuals. Trust me, there is a lot of people who have a lot of free time. True, but not many of them will ever contribute. Or at least also not regularly. So yeah. But it's also fine. I am not doing that because I want like many people to contribute. I'm doing that for fun and also because I just wanted to do it because it sounds interesting to solve this issue or to understand more about how these things work. Yeah, Zig for 014 is out now. I am looking forward to actually try Zig out. Maybe when neovim is moving to Zig, like, or at least using Zig also as a second language. Is Zig good? I don't know. Many people say it's good. It's kind of in between of C and Rust. I don't used it yet. I mean, I did small things, but really like just hello world stuff. I think it was just one example that I compiled or something. So, but what I heard about that and what is kind of interesting idea that you can drop it into a C project and kind of use Zig and C in the same code base, and you could refactor it step by step to Zig because Zig can compile C stuff directly. I think it has the C compiler included or something like that. And yeah, in neovim there is a PR. Let me see. From Beefreddle. Yeah, he's quite far with this one. It's currently for building neovim with Zig. like with the Zig toolchain. Well, it was nice talking to you. See you on the next stream. Gotta go sleep. Bye. Have a nice sleep. See you around. Local lines. So actually here we would need to do 4 pairs, right? We don't need the key. Wait, is it? I think it's I pairs. And this, well, this would be test case result or something. Right, and then so test tree part, having it here. I would like to group the test cases beneath their target. So I would not need this one, but doing this part. Here, test run result, right? And test report. Then I would here know the target, then inside that I would group. So I will filter this here for the specific target. Wait, what could that be if we have Test report is per target. Test case results. They could differ because in one request we could have multiple test reports. So I have to group them per target. So let's maybe do this just here. Copy local test report. So for now, this. Test run results to you don't need this. So this would be it here. This part is displaying the lines in a new buffer. So like here, local function, display, call it lines here. Also have it here at the top, right? Then I can use it here below. Something like this. So I don't think we need this. Okay. This would be BSP test. Test report. This would be BSP test result. I think so. the test. Oh, this is actually test finish. So this would be test finish. And the other one is test report. Okay. Alright, so okay, this is basically we do now. Then we could say here when we initialize it with an empty table, test report is null or something. Yeah. Should not be nil after everything is done here. Okay. Try BSP, run test case. Save on a test project. Nothing. Yep, that's clear. Because I have to do this test case discovery. I didn't had like I don't enable that because before I was introducing a new configuration, right? Where a configuration option where you can disable to do this test case discovery on build server start. Now whenever I wanna to select the test to run. I have to check if test case discovery was performed, and if not, then I have to perform one. So this basically this get clients capability can test. So then client target, select source. And here this test cases. Oops. So wait, I had already implemented something like this here. So if this is true, let's print here. Test. This is where just to see if we get in here or here. Cases not found. Right. So else if client build target, the client has to build targets, that ID, then we say build target and get the build target here and the dependencies. Oh, we will, okay. This was case for a solution. Or are the build targets that has different order build targets as dependency? Try to find them and insert in the test cases. So save test cases, then select test cases and so on. list test cases for the client and target ID. Build target identifier. Okay, and then here we would say select test case to run, right? Let's define a function just called select test case to run test cases. So we could say here, if we have test cases, then we run this part. And if not, then we could do a test case discovery, and after we got the test cases discovered, we do the same request, right? So function BSP, test cases to run. Have your test cases. Show test cases to show user test cases. You can pick to run. To run it. Test case to run, not just to run, right? And we can make this. And this would be BSP. What does this here? Test case discover data. Test case discovered data. I would say client, we need also the client, right? Client and test cases. Here would be also param client, which is PSP client. It's just here client, and here it's also client request and stuff. Okay. That should be already it. Here at the bottom, client, item client, something like this. Else, we would say client item client discovery request and targets, which would be then item target identifier. Target. We need only here the identifiers. This is just for testing. Can be tested. If the build target can be tested. Alert target identifier. Call it like this. Or targets. It's better. Result targets. Okay, now here can pass this in. Okay, that's only we don't know anything from only our build identifier. So to be able to check if this build target even supports testing, I would need additional checks here. But now, yeah, let's first skip this. Do the test case discovery request. And I could define a callback here. Function callback function, just like that. Okay, like this. Should also be possible, right? And then when this finishes here, you can check if callback if type callback is a function, then we will do callback like this. If this is true and callback is it'd be a null function also. Basically this should be enough, right? Nil, then we don't know if this is a function or anything. So if it is a function, then we know it's not null. Okay, then good would be to actually return here the test cases we discovered. Right. Can I define this somehow here? What's getting called here? Let's see. New annotations. Search for function. Okay, so and then also return type. Here would be then test cases. Type PSP test case. Discovered data is an array. But okay, wait. This is only for error case. So we would need here else if result and result status code PSP protocol constant status code. Okay. And the callback function and callback. And also the client test cases. Yeah. So let's then put it here together. We have the client, we have the test cases, vim iterator, get filter them, right? Go over all of them and then filter out. Test cases with the same build target. Or for the build targets. So should be not sure if we can iterate over those here. Filter, we have a function. This key and value. Call this local test cases. Call back here of test cases, right? And in this function, return vim iterate over targets. Any predicate. Okay, function, any function. Let's call it target here. Any target. URI equal to key. All right, this should be this. Then we do a callback here. These test cases we found there. And then we got the function here, callback, test cases. Okay. Test this out. Only here. Like next, if we have some items there, then we do this, else we do this. This was wrong before. ESP ESP test case. So something works, right? But it seems like I got nothing there. So I think here this part is maybe wrong. So this one, I think this one does not work. Enter forward table, forward dictionary. Neovim. Use the enumerate to also pass the index to the next stage. List or arrays. Dual lists yield only the value of each element. All nil values are allowed but discarded. Use pairs to treat array list tables as dictionaries, preserve holes and non-continuous integer keys. To treat array or list tables as dictionary. So like this. It would be already enough, right? If I understood this correctly. Test case. Select test project. Wait, we check local match, right? And if return only return match and like this. So this would, if I done it correctly, this should return the value iterator. Here maybe we could also print this, right? Vim inspect test cases. Nothing here. Okay, then let's print this. Should I do this to table or something? Let's see. It's okay. This kind of works, but we got all the we have to map the stuff here. Country use. This, like this V is also values here. Maps the items of the pipeline. The values returned. If the map function returns null, then the value is filtered from the iterator. So it's kind of a filter, and so I could combine this. Right, this could be this. Or if match return V else No. Just see what's in there. We have to flatten it, guess. Yep. So after this one, flatten. An area-like table. Old. Creates a new table with only even values. Just thinking I can combine this. Maximum item of so I could do this. Oats reduces an iterator into a single value. Iter reduce. Initial value of the accumulator. Init and function. So I could use fold here. Maybe even instead of map. Could filter for the values. Okay, let's just try this out, right? We have filter here. And we check only if it matches, right? So we return. This is true. Okay, and now we fold the function. Then we get the key, the accumulator key and the value. Okay. And then on the accumulator, we just say table insert from these values and do here a for there's value of values value like this, and then return close this. Okay, I have to provide the init value here, which is empty table, but now it should be correct. Attempt to call method to table a nil value. What? So we don't have to call to table here. So again, Nice. So this worked. I can remove this part here. Yep. This worked quite nicely. Yeah, I think I should create kind of client API or client something which provides this helper functions like this, where it's not as generic as the client request here, but more specific for PSP requests, because it makes it much easier to write new stuff. You have auto completion and you know which different kind of parameters and which types you're getting. Because here in the request you have always to know exactly type of result you got here, and you have to use everywhere these annotations. Just easier. And it would make it more discoverable, right? If you have just client and you do client dot and you see all the possible requests you could make from the BSP spec. Be quite nice. So maybe we'll do this in the next stream. So then that's it for today, and see you in the next stream. Bye.